Hello, hello, hello. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Let me position myself so my head's not over the list. There we go. Oh, all right. So, last week, what did we do last week? Do I even remember? I can find out. I can look at completed to-do list tasks. Right. Logs, arthropod blood sink, tailings dust sink, ammonia. Okay, so yeah. Last week we made more wood here, which does look like it's still running correctly. It hasn't broken yet. This recipe switched away from ash. Interesting. So we did some funky stuff with this to try to manage the recipes and have them only run as using ash when there's ash available. Otherwise, they run without ash, just so that this is always running consistently, even though it's not always consistently getting enough ash. And that does look like it's working. I think when they switch recipes, because they dump their ingredients, we sometimes end up with some extra... Wait, why do I have blue inserters feeding yellow inserters? No, I think that's fine. Because when they switch recipes, they can dump their ingredients, right? Which would be the tree seedlings and potentially ash, depending on which direction they go. And then this belt will effectively... We want to get those out of the building as quickly as possible. But then the belt can effectively buffer that. Yeah, the belt will buffer it. And then the yellow will slowly get rid of those items over the course of this craft. So I think that's fine, although we may want to change these center ones to blues, just because this isn't really much of a buffer. Or switch this to a box instead of a single piece of belt. I think either one of those would work fine. Other than that, the other thing we did was we did this new fiber build, which is currently off because it's not getting logs. That appears to be the situation. And fiber has been insufficient for a while. We also have our previous dedicated fiber builds over here. So, as fiber catches up around the base, and it's used as a fuel everywhere, we'll start to see, hopefully, this will eventually back up and wood will back up. But it's taking a little while for us to get to that point. The other thing we worked on was this, which converts arthropod blood, into vanadium pentoxide. We needed this as a arthropod blood sink because that was backing up at centralized animal management. So we got this set up. This does also bring in a little bit of tailings dust. So this helps with some of our issues with tailings dust being backed up. It does look like we're missing an ingredient, which is iron oxide. We currently make iron oxide only as part of coal processing down to tar and coal gas. Yep. And that gets us to what I think is in my to-do list at the top, which is syngas sink. Yeah. So syngas is totally backed up here, which is blocking tar production, which is going to affect our whole ability to do liquid fuels and everything else. It's also, if it's not an issue right now on this side, it's going to be an issue soon. Yeah. So that needs to be one of the next things that we work on is finding something to do with syngas, and like we can always probably just burn it into flue gas and then down to ash. But if we can find something more useful to do with it, that would be cool. Oh, I was looking at this. Wait. Did I? Oh, this says plastic from syngas instead of melamine, which is an option. That also needs aromatics, and like aromatics are currently mostly being converted into diesel. So I'd hate to lose my diesel source because I'm using aromatics to void syngas. So maybe it's better to just burn it. Like, it feels wasteful. There's also this syngas to light oil, and then I do light oil to, oh, I guess I could do to petroleum gas, and then I have a lot of olefins out, right? Or some of it could convert to gasoline. There's this tall oil separation, but then I need to bring in tall oil, and that's a whole thing. There's this aromatics recipe as well. So maybe we should hop into YAFC and take a look in YAFC at what we got going on here. Let me find my YAFC window. All right. Sulfuric acid, vanadium, fiber. I don't have... Yeah, let's make a new sink for syngas. So if we bring in syngas at like, I don't know how much we're making. We'll just say 100 a second. What are our options here? So syngas to solvent takes acetone. We don't have that. Phosphorus acid, we're already making probably more of this than we need, and that's not a reasonable sink. Methanol is 1-to-1. That's not really a sink. Propene, I don't think I have a use for yet. Industrial solvent, I don't think I have a use for yet, and it also requires a bunch of other stuff. Refined syngas. Aromatics. Light oil. And then things get weirder. So like this one seems like it's potentially the the recipe to go with. And then light oil goes to either aromatics, or there's this petroleum gas and olefins recipe. And then from here, petroleum gas is great. This is just straight up a fuel that I already use on rails. And then I just need to find a use for... Ooh. Wait. Not that I need methanol. But this is absolutely an option here, is convert some of these to organic solvent, and then organic solvent into methanol and petroleum gas. Or we are going to need some of these for the Nexalit battery as well. What's this gasoline recipe look like? No, that's awful. We're gonna need lubricant eventually, right? But not... Yeah, we're gonna need it later on. Oh, and this also has refined syngas as an input. I just realized that's not what I want. Nope. Okay. I mean, maybe we just do this recipe, like... And then we let the aromatics go off and become diesel, and the gasoline is gasoline. And then here. I'm not really sure. I mean, we can still do this part. Make a small amount of petroleum gas, a small amount of methanol. The problem is right now I'm only doing, I think... I'll have to see what I'm doing with my methanol up above. I think I'm only using formamide right now, which is methanol neutral. I think I'm already making acetic acid out of methanol. Like, I have so much methanol. Or I have more methanol than I need at any rate. So, without... Looks like it's, yeah, antimony processing stage 2 stuff. That doesn't really use methanol yet. I just don't have a methanol sink. And this is only like, if we're bringing in 100 syngas, like, yeah, this is compressing 6x, but we're still going to back up on it, unfortunately, quickly. What are our other options here? Propene. All of this requires, well... Yeah, all of this requires more research. I don't have the research for... I mean, rayon seems like it's probably something I want to look into. That's a lot of rayon, though, from this much syngas. I mean, actually, is it a lot of rayon? I don't know. That's a lot. It's a lot. The other option is, instead of trying to avoid it as syngas, is we try to avoid it as coal gas, right? Maybe we just need to go a step further back. Oh, this needs to be negative. So yeah, syngas, of course. Aluminum ore. I mean, we can just ash it. Maybe this is what we need to do for now, and then we'll switch over to some of the more complex syngas processing once we have a better idea of what our needs are going to be with the base further on. Because right now, just looking at the syngas processing stuff, I really just don't know what I'm going to need. So I think this is just what we do. Yeah. Yep. Think this is all we can do right now. This is the simplest, most direct processing. So let's just do that. All right. I need to figure out how much we're actually going to need to void. So let's kind of see what's on the map right now. And then I think we also probably need to adjust how we're routing everything. Because, yeah, this is a overflow valve that says above 80%, we try to... we try to convert to syngas, and that's 192 is what this whole cluster should be kept at total. So actually, I think that works, because if we add the void logic, if I can find a spot where I've got a void set up, I know I have one over here somewhere. Ash, syngas, over on this side, we must have one. Hydrogen, here we go. Usually we set the threshold here to 200. So that will be fine. Going from 192,000, it'll go to syngas, and then once syngas backs up, and this backs up further, if this is above 200,000, then it goes to the coal gas void. And eventually, we won't need the coal gas void anymore. So that's what we'll do. We'll set up void logic on our coal gas sources, which is here and here. And then we'll do just a little centralized coal gas to ash processing. And that should unblock coal and coke to tar, which will get us a lot more gasoline and other fuels that we need. All right, and I'm going to need a bunch of high-pressure furnaces. Oh, yeah, how much... let's go back to YAFC. Coal gas from coal, 15 a second. This is 60 a second coal. Sorry, 60 a second coal gas here. And then... Oh, well, this isn't even a thing. I don't know. Let's check it in game. We're making from the coke that gets voided. We've got how many of these machines? 16 of them, which make 64. It's 60. Right. Okay, it's just 1 to 1. All right, so we'll make 120 coal gas is what we need to void. So that's a whole 3 high-pressure furnaces if we do at 150. May as well just build it for 200. 4 high-pressure furnaces. Sure, I'll take that. So we'll set up a new void station real quick. And this will also provide more ash, which we do need in the system. So I'm not overly worried about this. The question actually is, we have 200 coal gas doing this, or if we make syngas, and then we just straight up burn the syngas to steam and flue gas to ash. No. Okay. Well, actually, yes. I mean, they don't ratio nicely, but If we do 8 of these instead of 4 furnaces, because we're already getting the ash from the syngas, the coal gas to syngas conversion, and then more ash on top of that, we get more ash if we do it this way. Which is funny. All right, so let's do this. Let's do 1 quenching tower and 8 oil burners then, and we'll do it as a syngas void instead of as a coal gas void. That way, we're getting a little bit more ash on top of. Since we're voiding it anyway, we may as well. So we need 1 quenching tower and 8 oil burners. We're also going to need an outfall. And a cooling tower. Okay. This bot can go back into the network. What else is in my inventory? A bunch of ash, some wood, biomass, all sorts of random crap. All right, what else has been going wrong with the base that I want to check in on? We expanded Petri dishes, which are currently not running. And they're not running because we don't have fuel. And we're fixing fuel now because our syngas is backed up. Okay. So this is fine. Well, it's not fine. This is expected. Alright, as soon as the bots figure out my last couple of buildings, we will be in business. What else has been an issue for me? I mean, everything, but... This looks like it just got a delivery of something. And is turning itself back on. It might have been fiber. Very well could have been fiber. Yeah, plenty there. And then down here, these were often having issues with the Petri dishes, which look like they're doing okay for now, although I do expect them to back up again. Yeah, and it'll take a little while for a train load. Yeah, these will basically never back up. All right, we got everything we need. Let's go set up the void logic first, and then we can find a good spot to do the actual syngas burning. Actually, one second. What is... What's the fuel value of syngas? Here's a question. Only 400 kilojoules? Alright, no. Not worth it at this point in the game to try to actually get anything out of it, I don't think. the train time and everything else with such a low fuel value, I think it's going to clog things up and cause more problems than it solves if I try to. Okay, so let's grab... Where's my logic? This is my logic. That, and this is going to be syngas. Oh, I don't have the constant combinator. That's what's going on. All right, so yeah, this is A, because this isn't overflowing just yet. 154,000, and the threshold is 200. That seems wrong. That is wrong. There we go. Two of these weren't hooked up. All right, so that's this one. All set. Let's grab... Other one is over here, where we have just coal coming in. Set? Yes. All right, good. So now we just need to build the void for syngas and decide what that is going to look like. Ooh, I could potentially do it right here. I think I have the space for it. Yep, exactly enough space for it. Love to see it. Okay, so we have a fluid drop-off here. That's a solid drop-off. Try again. Fluid drop-off here. This is on the V network because it's voiding. And it requests syngas. All right, so that'll bring in syngas. And then we have 8 oil burners coming off of that. Okay, we need to feed water in. And then we have... the syngas out. Or not syngas, flue gas, pardon me. Into a quenching tower. Making ash from flue gas. Yep. And that'll be just about 2 items a second, so that's just 1 blue outserter. And then we have a solid pickup station where the ash will go. Right there. Okay. This just needs water in, and it needs steam out. Let's do steam out. And then that needs to go into, well, an outfall eventually. Down here somewhere, I guess. Because I don't think there's a body of water over here. There isn't. But first it goes through a cooling tower. Outfall. And I just need to pump water in, I believe. And this should all just turn on. Not quite there. Oh, this actually needs 2 cooling towers. I didn't run the math on it. I just kind of assumed that one would be enough. But it's not quite going to be. So this will back up. So I'll have to set up a second cooling tower. But other than that, this should be good for voiding syngas now. And if we check on our coal processing here, we should be down below. Yep, below 200,000 here. We'll be below 200,000 up here as well. Ooh, no, we're not. But the void signal's on. So this should... well, it'll eventually go. This needs to be able to burn through, yeah, enough syngas for it to decide that it needs a delivery. Okay, let's grab some duralumin, and I'll make the second cooling tower that I need. And then, do I need a second outfall? I don't think so. No. No. We can go a lot bigger without needing another... see full list? No. This full list. Syngas. We have 8 of these. So yeah, we can, and I think if we wanted to do 9, that would be too big for, yeah. Too big for the quenching tower. So 8 of them is what we're at. But that does need one more cooling tower for all of these to run continuously. So for another cooling tower, I don't know if I want to go back to base. Can I just... What do I need to make this Duralumin? I have Duralumin. Not too far from here. Okay, up and to the left. But this should slowly but surely convert. Be converting syngas to ash. And that should help with some of our ash demand from the new tree build, and it should help with well, it will definitely help with our backed up... It's up here, isn't it? With our backed up coal processing. There we go. Copper plus aluminum. Nope. Yes. Alright, another cooling tower. Huh. I didn't realize that this was set up inserter limited. There we go. Not that I think this can actually run at full speed, but it does seem silly to have it be inserter limited. Like, I think if that ran at full speed for too long, it would suck up all of my molten aluminum and or molten copper, which was bad. Alright, so we've got our second cooling tower here. There we go. That should turn all of this back on. Okay. So with that, yeah, this system should all be running now. We're going to be constantly making more... making a little more of whatever this is, iron oxide. We should be making more... Yeah... And making more tar, and tar is what we need for most of our fuels, still. Okay, I'm reasonably happy with that. It at least gets the job done, and like I said, we do need more ash. I always feel bad just turning things into ash, but we do need the ash. So, we will accept it, move on with our lives. Because, yeah, this is... having problems. What do I have as my, like... Okay, we are requesting up to 3 stacks of ash. So this should be able to... buffer quite a bit of ash. But it's unclear to me if we can provide all of the ash that this can consume. That is definitely an issue. Alright, let's check the to-do list. Syngas is done. Oh, centralize acid production. That's not That's not a huge deal. Also, what finished? Nylon. Benzene, ammonia, chlorine, and nichrome makes nylon. Okay. We can definitely do that. Kevlar, aramids. I was working towards circuits. We're also going to need silicon processing. And for semiconductors, oh, we need antimony 2, which is waiting on ethylene. Okay. All right, and that very nearly gets us to red circuits. So these are the things that we want to start moving towards. Is red circuits. That is the major. Below these integrated circuits. We're also going to need fine electronics, which pulls in. What's this one? Oh, trits. Oh, good. An animal. So we're going to have some alien life stuff to do before we actually get to red circuits, which doesn't surprise me at all. But what do we need them for? Glass, cladding, Kevlar coating. Here we go. Optical fiber needs the photophores from trits. So we're going to have to start. Well, I don't want to start thinking about these today because it's absolutely a distraction right now. But then neuroprocessors are a thing. Do we have... Here we go, vat brains. A little further down after electronics. We gotta do navins, we've gotta do rayon, we've gotta do intermetallic stage 2, and then we get vat brains. Okay. So yeah, red chips are kind of the goal. We could start looking at what is going on with red chips, and especially if any of the stuff we need for green chips gets us closer to red chips. I know there's also new battery recipes at some point. Oh, that's down here, isn't it? Battery stage 2. So we're not getting better battery recipes yet. But we are gonna need... Yeah, let's start theory crafting red chips. Sorry, I'm still standing next to a machining game. Let me move myself so that's a little bit quieter. There we go. Okay. So if we want to make one complex circuit board a second, which is... Nope, that's one chip shooter's worth. Okay, that's fine. We're gonna need some extra simple circuit boards. We'll deal with them later. We're going to need... Well, no. Let's not even... Let's assume printed circuit boards or simple circuit boards are good. If we end up needing to make more simple circuit boards, we'll do that. But we're going to need the printed circuit substrate tier 2. That's phenolic boards. Do simple circuit boards also use phenolic boards, or do they use something else? No, these use Formica. Which we cannot even make from phenolic. Okay. So totally different process. Oh, so we are going to need nylon parts for these. Okay, that's good to keep in mind. So yeah, phenolic boards, which are going to need Bakelite. Yikes. All right. And then etching solution, which is phosphoric acid, sulfuric acid, ooh, hydrogen peroxide, and lard. Okay. So this is a good reason. We do need to think about getting hydrogen peroxide done at some point then. Not a ton of it, I don't think. No. 0.6 per second or something. And then we're going to have various semiconductors and batteries. That's one of the things I want to think about, is if we have... how many batteries do we need? Okay, so this is the one that is saying is the best, which uses pyrite and sulfuric acid and rayon, and sure, that looks great. But we have none of those recipes yet. And battery stage 2 is below this, so we're going to have to keep using battery stage 1. Okay, so this says to run 2 of these at full speed, to run each type of circuit at full speed, which nets us like 1 per second of each circuit type. We need 13 chemical plants making batteries, and I don't think we're anywhere near that. I think if we look at our battery build right now, we have 5. Yeah. Batteries might be actually our limiting factor for this circuit build. I'm not sure. So maybe we want to think about upgrading our battery build and upgrading our circuits to a full 1 a second, because I'm not sure if this chip shooter is obviously not running full time, right? And that would also allow us to let this build... Well, it's fine now, it's backed up, but I was going to say let this build only run the mall for now and have a fresh circuit build for the rest of the base. Could also be nice. Then again, this is pretty close to... pretty close to actually being able to run that full speed, so maybe I did design that to run the chip shooter at full speed, in which case we turn all this off and we only need one battery a second of additional battery, right? Okay, which is just 10 chemical plants. And then transistors or integrated circuits. Yeah, a lot of these recipes we don't even get yet. I'm just trying to see, like, what parts can we potentially get started on. I don't know if we can. I think most of this stuff is pretty far, like, down the Like the etching solution recipe is from semiconductor doping, phenolic boards is from integrated circuits. Nylon parts we can make because we did just get nylon. So if we want to scale to like a couple of factories making nylon parts, we could get those started. We are going to need more batteries, so I should think about that as well. Yeah, diodes are going to need nylon. Electrolytic capacitors need cadaveric arum. All right. Cadaveric. Medium power resistors. And ferrochrome, which I don't have yet. As well as high power resistors. All right. But a lot of this stuff we'd want to make on site, right? Like as far as the electronics go, I think we'd want to be pulling in all of these intermediates, right? Because there's a lot of shared intermediates. Ooh, the aluminum pulp is an interesting one. And toroidal inductors. Here, let's nested table this. Toroidal inductors also need air core inductors and a little bit of melamine resin. So we should make an air core inductor factory. Yeah. So we'll make an inductor. Do we want to make this a separate factory, or again, or do we do this on site? This is the question. Because like inductors are also useful for lots of buildings. What about toroidal inductors? No, they're not used anywhere. High power resistors, also used in neuroprocessors, also used in electronics. I don't think I've ever made this. What is this used in? Oh, a better fast inserter recipe. Interesting. But that's also advanced small parts and some other stuff, so we're not even... Nope. Oh, I lost my toroidal inductors here. Microchips. These are going to be a bunch of silicon and tin and other stuff. Yeah. Transistors, basically the same. Nylon, melamine resin, optical fiber, plastic bar, iron niobium coating, Kevlar coating, copper coating, platted core. Oof. There's a lot of intermediates here. Oh, we need to break out, like, niobium complex. And I noticed we also need aluminum pulp. So we're going to have to break out some of these intermediates. Kevlar... I don't think we quite have researched yet, but it adds to our nylon. I'm trying to get a feel for how much nylon we're going to need, more than anything else. And then MOSFETs. Yeah, these don't need... No. Alright, so I think we have how much nylon we need. Which is 0.85. Yeah, and that's included in nylon parts that we want to make. Okay. So we're going to make one nylon part a second, and like one nylon a second on top of that. And this is going to be specifically scaled a little bigger than it has to be. Oh, and now I just want to be like... There. Although there's 2 nylon recipes, aren't there? Yeah.
Space. Space.
Joel DevX, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Give me 1 second to finish putting my thoughts together, and then I'll get your name in the factory. UFC cost for recipe 197 for 5, or 135 for 6. So this one should be cheaper. Okay. Not that I necessarily trust UFC for that, but, you know. Alright, so yeah. 2 mixers doing this recipe. Oh, look at that. It ratios nicely, too. That gives us the 1.2, so we can make one of each nylon parts and nylon. And then that just brings in benzene, ammonia, chlorine, and I'm not sure if I'm making nichrome centralized. We should look into that. Cool. This is easy. We'll get nylon done after the ad break, since the ad break is coming up. I do run just 1 ad break an hour and just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off. So I recommend getting some water, stretch your legs. I try not to do anything interesting during the ad breaks. And when we come back, we'll get nylon built, because I think that's a nice, easy milestone while we wait for more research for red chips. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. And we are back. Apologies, that took me a moment longer than it should have. Okay, so we were looking at Nylon, which is just 2 mixers and an automated factory. And this will get us plenty of nylon bars, sheets, whatever, as well as the nylon parts that we need. So this is a fluid input, a solid input, and 2 solid outputs. So that's 4 stations, 2 mixers, and an automated factory. All right. Two mixers, automated factory, and yeah, we're gonna need some train stations. All right, let's run up to base and grab the buildings we need. And this will be a very quick and easy build. But like I was saying, unfortunately, a lot of the stuff that we need for, you know, pushing towards red circuits here, we gotta wait until we're a little further in different parts of the tech tree. Like, we're gonna have to figure out Kevlar next. Oh, which needs more nylon. Shoot, did I account for that in my red chips, or did I just leave Kevlar as a black box? Oh, look at that. I did break the Kevlar down. I was smart. Ooh, I didn't break down ferrites, though. That's fine, that's just more nichrome. Alright. I mean, I'm not going to say I have this totally down to all of its, like, most basic inputs, but it's most of them. Oh, we're going to need to make nichrome, too. I didn't think about that. And I think I'm going to have to make a melamine resin build as well on rails. I don't think I have that available yet. But that is easy enough. Yeah. Microchips looks fine. Transistors all looks fine. Optical fiber is this whole mess. Here, let's get this nested. Ooh, this is gonna stink. But glass core, I think, is... This needs molten glass, which makes me want to make it where I do other molten glass things, but I don't necessarily have space for it over there. All right, I'm going to say we're going to make that on site. I don't know if that's actually true, but what I'm going to say. All right, so I think this is broken down. Kevlar as well, I'm going to treat as like a separate thing that I think I want to make in one place because it's, yeah, it's also used in mechanical parts. So we'll want to make Kevlar in a centralized location. And then MOSFETs here. Let's see. Surely silicon carbide has other uses. I mean, eventually, yes, but right away, not really. But still, we'll do silicon carbide centrally. Plastic bars, nickel silicon. Excuse me. All right, nickel silicon, is also used in crucibles and MOSFETs. Are MOSFETs really used in anything other than... I mean, they're used in Electronics Mark II. Oh, which is needed in modules, so... The answer is... yes, we will need... potentially more MOSFETs, but not necessarily more nickel silicon. But this isn't awful to make, and it recycles some of its cobalt extract, so that's fine. Transistors, air core inductors, toroidal inductors, resistors. Again, I'm just making sure that I've kind of accounted for all the intermediates when I look at this so that we know how much of everything we need. So yeah, we need 0.85 nylon, and what we've got here makes one extra and one of the nylon parts compared to however much nylon parts we need. I know I saw that we needed them somewhere. Oh. Oh, that's accounted for here. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, 0.7 a second nylon plus the 0.67 a second nylon parts. Okay. So yeah, this will be the nylon build that we do. And then we want to start working towards some of the Kevlar prerequisites. Because I know when we get into Kevlar, besides needing to bring in nylon, we need nitrobenzene. Yep, we also need up here for optical fiber. And the terephthalonyl chloride, which needs yotoi. Okay. So we'll probably want to start thinking about bootstrapping yotoi as well, because we're going to need those. This also needs liquid nitrogen. That's fine. And it needs cobalt extract, which I'm making. Something else needed cobalt extract. Nickel silicon. But that... So we might need to expand our cobalt extract. I'm not sure how much we're making right now. We will have to look into that. But let's get nylon done first. Joel DevX, I still owe you getting your name on the wall of fame for the factory, and I want to do that before I forget. And then nitrobenzene looks like it's pretty straightforward here. Why is that? Oh. There we go. Yeah. For a second, nitrobenzene. And that's also more sulfuric acid, and that's fine. I was talking about doing a centralized sulfuric acid build, and it's already on my to-do list. So we'll do that. We'll centralize sulfuric acid production. And I think we've got the nitrobenzene tech, so I think if I wanted to do a quick nitrobenzene build and just get a single fluidized bed reactor in place, we could start this as well. Oh, nitrobenzene is running right now, so we're not quite there yet. What do we have finished? Okay, we have the Yotoi, so we should think about bootstrapping Yotoi. I need to look into that. Maybe that needs to be our next thing. Here, let me look at the to-do list. Yotoi bootstrap and what am I working on right now? Nylon. Yeah, and these are the things for nylon and centralized sulfuric production. Oh, whoops. No. This order of operations. Nylon, then we'll do the centralized... No. Let's get the Yotoi going as soon as we're done with nylon. But let's do nylon now while I'm thinking about it. Oh, even before that... There we go. Another... The ratio's not as wild as it used to be, but the even numbered numbers of letters are still beating out odd numbers by a pretty significant margin. Oh, and if anyone... I should always say this when I add a follow. If you follow when I'm not online, I might not get you on because I don't always know if people are following for Factorio or for Kerbal or one of the other things I play. So if you followed when I was playing a different game, or if you have followed when I haven't been live, you can always let me know in chat here or in YouTube comments or on Discord or on Blue Sky or basically anywhere, any way you can get in touch with me. And say, hey, I want to be on the Wall of Fame. And I will get you on the Wall of Fame. That's, that is always really easy to do, and I don't want anyone to feel like they have been ignored. Alright, we're just waiting for these mixers in this factory, and that's really all I need for nylon? It is. Well... Oh, and we might need to make nichrome, which is apparently a high-pressure furnace. Yeah, let's grab a couple high-pressure furnaces. I'm curious if I'm making nichrome... apparently not. Only here. Okay. So, while we're waiting for the bots to catch up, if we look at red chips here, these need 1.2 nichrome per second, and nylon is going to need 0.4. 0.4 is exactly one high-pressure furnace. Oh my goodness! Nickman838, thank you so much for the sub. for the 6 months. I really, really appreciate that. I think that will have pushed me over the edge this month to hitting my payout threshold on Twitch. So that'll be the first time I actually get a chunk of money from Twitch this in the next couple of weeks. So I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let me get your name in plastic. That's the most valuable material I could make tiles off of right now is plastic. Yeah, we're calling that. Well, if we want it centered on the top one, I guess it's there. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. It means a lot. Right? Metaphor for the times indeed. Oh. All right, we're just waiting on the high pressure furnaces. Oops, I just realized you didn't see me put your name down. I was on the wrong screen. There we go. You're there where you belong. And let's see, is that right? Yeah, there's 3 names there. Twitch says I have 4 subs. One of those is my mom, so that's... Everyone who's not my mom has their name in the base. Get my mom in there too. Yeah, I don't think she cares. That was just like, I texted her and I was like, hey, you wanna take $2 from Jeff Bezos and give it to me? Here's how you set up a Twitch account and use your Prime sub. Okay, so we got the stuff for nylon and we've got the stuff for what I think is just barely enough nichrome. Actually, I'm gonna request a couple more high pressure furnaces because we'll probably want a little more. Once we get those 2 more furnaces... Oh, and now that it's dark, how well are the lights working over here? Is this well lit enough? Not really. It needs more lights. I should have somewhere... Is it the balloon lights that are from Afraid of the Dark? Oh, well, that doesn't have power there. Try again, Brennan. Oh, yeah, that's much bigger. Let's make some of those and use those for, imagining the conversation I'd have to have with to get my mom onto Twitch and subscribe. Yeah, it was... I mean, it was fine. She's relatively tech and media savvy. You know. Did she fully get it? No. Was she happy to use her Prime and again take $2 right out of Jeff Bezos's pocket and give it to her son? Of course she was. That was how I pitched it to her, and she was on board. Okay, where do I want to do? I guess I could do nylon over here somewhere. It's a pretty small build. Yeah, maybe we just do it over here. Or the other option is that I was gonna kind of do this section out to like here or so. Probably just before this lake. So maybe we do it like right here. And it's the start of like this part of this segment. Unfortunately, a lot of this area is just not super usable because of all the water. And it's, you know, on the edge of the legacy base, right? Hmm. Yeah, I mean, either here or here are the places, and I don't think it really makes a difference one way or the other. I'm already going in this direction. That I'm allowing that to make my decision for me. So let's clear out some of this. Then north or south? Let's go... Yeah, go south from here, because we've got some build up here that's going to be in the way, and I have plenty of space to work. And then I think... yeah, what did I say? How many stations do we need for nylon? We're gonna have a fluid in for these 3. Nichrome's a separate build. Fluid in for 3, a solid in for the nichrome, a solid out for the nylon, and a solid out for the nylon parts. So that is 4 stations in total. All right. I really should make blueprints of, like, the multi-fluid, like, 2 fluids, 3 fluids, 4 fluids, like, already done. Because I do a lot of this by hand every time I build a fluid station. And, like, I could just have a triple fluid station and call it a day. Okay. Chlorine. What else do we need? Ammonia and benzene. And down here as well. That would be the other reason to make this blueprint like a triple. Because then I would be able to just set these all when I do the blueprint, right? Through the template system, parameters, whatever they're called. No, not 700,000. 70,000. All right. So that'll be our 3 fluids. And then we also need nichrome in, which go right here. I need to build nichrome still, so this won't turn on until I go do nichrome, but nichrome will be a quick build. There might be room to do it, like, up here. I'm doing a bunch of my other metal alloys up here. That's the only reason I'm like, is there space for nichrome kind of in this direction? Because I could keep things, I'm not going to say super organized, but, you know, vaguely in the same place that I'm doing a bunch of other metal-related stuff, right? But... And I can move this belt if I have to. If I want to make space around here, this can come over. This could come straight all the way across here and then up even. Yep. Absolutely could. It could come right across here and go up. So I can make space here if I want to keep it near, again, near the other alloys. Or I can just do it right here and be done with it and not even think about it, which is a very tempting option. What is this station request? Oh, this is the nichrome. Duh. All right, requesting 3 stacks of nichrome. And then our 3 fluids and the nichrome. Let's go straight into the mixers. What do you mean? Oh, of course, I didn't build. Here, let's build an exit for this train. So that it'll stop complaining. This just seems like it's gonna be a worse recipe. I didn't even look into this. But, like, phenol...
Did you hear that? I think something just exploded. Man, we are in a lot of danger. This is like Christmas. No, it's better than Christmas. This should be its own holiday. Explosion Day. Did you hear that? I think something just exploded. Man, we are in a lot of danger. This is like Christmas. No, it's better than Christmas. This should be its own holiday. Explosion Day.
Whoa. Double raid. Mr. Unicellular and Science Heroes. Thank you both. Thank you for joining us. We're in the middle of, well, we're deep in Pyanodons. Yeah, I assume you were doing the stream together thing and then both raided? And that's why it came through simultaneously? Yeah. But yeah, we're oh, I was gonna say deep in Pyanodons. As far as Pyanodons goes, we're not that deep. But a couple weeks ago, we finally hit Pyanodon Science 2. So I'm working my way through the tech tree towards red chips right now. Which are a lot. So we're slowly working towards red chips. Right now I'm building Right now we're working on nylon. That's the... This one is what I chose. Yeah. Yeah, pie is not for everyone, which I understand and appreciate. It has required enormous amounts of patience and so much banging my head against the wall. Yeah, Bob's is nice. I enjoyed Bob's. I'm waiting for sort of the whole collection of C Block, Bob's Angels, and the rest of C Block to be fully ported to 2.0, and then I do want to do a C Block run. That's on my to-do list for sure. Let's see what I just did here. Let's do this way so that we actually line up with... Yeah, 2.0 with Bob's, Divorcity, and some other mods. That is a nice little setup. Only like 56? Yeah. I don't actually have that. I can't see the mod list from without leaving the save entirely, but you know, obviously Pyanodon's is its own collection of mods, but I don't have that many in here, I don't think. It might take a little while until we get our first delivery of benzene, just because benzene is also a fuel, and it will be going off to various places that need fuels. I'm not too worried about that right away. All right, and then these need to bring in... And... Wait, what was the output? 0.6. All right, that's a yellow inserter. Okay. These each take just 0.2 of the nichrome. Yeah. So, like, that's already more than we need. Output comes down here. And then that's going to get split. We're going to have 2 solid pickup stations. All right, one of these just feeds directly here. And the other one goes to nylon parts. Yeah. So we should only be making 1 nylon a second. I'll do 2 just to be on the safe side, but it's not really necessary. And then these ones will feed automated factory. That'll be our output. making nylon parts. Oh, and this is easy. That's just 0.2 to 1. Again, couple inserters down here is more than enough. Okay, so that's nylon. Cool, it did get benzene. I was worried because my liquid fuels have been a little bit messy recently that we wouldn't get benzene straight away, but it does look like we did. So these should just need, yeah, they just need the nichrome now before nylon turns on. So, do I want to... kind of do want to do it up here. I wonder if I can make it fit around this rare earth thing. Just because I'm doing a lot of my other metal processing and alloys and stuff up here. Doing the nichrome here just feels good.
Space. Space.
Mr. Unicellular, thank you for the follow. Give me 1 second to finish thinking about my rails, and then I'll wander back over to the Wall of Fame and get your name on the factory there. I think I want to do this. Will this fit here? Okay, that's what I was afraid of. Is that I am gonna have to customize this a little bit because this this rare earth rock is in the way of where this wants to go. Yeah, so let's do that. And then we'll just have to tweak this section here. Ooh. That gets more difficult. Okay, that works. Apparently I'm out of rail ramps? I'm out of rail ramps, okay. And then this connects to here. And this one connects through. Okay, that should do what it needs to do. It's a little bit funky, but it gets the job done. All right, yeah, let's run back to the mall. We'll grab the rail ramps, because apparently I'm out of those. And I will stop at the Wall of Fame on the way. The only thing in the base that's lit up. All right, is that an even center or an odd center? That is an odd center. Oh, oops. Nope, we don't need those anymore. We already used them. Don't request those. Don't request those either. What else can I get rid of while I'm here? Inventory's not awful. All right, let's just grab what we need from right here by hand. Rail ramps. I have rail supports. It always wants to bring me more rails, but I have enough for this build, so I'm not too worried about that. I think we're good. I think we're good. Speed, yep. Yeah, the, just 2 exoskeletons, but between exoskeletons and asphalt. But it's absolutely necessary on a base of this scale, right? You know, I'm using a quick start mod because I did not want to. Having tried Pi before, I knew that I was not going to want to wait until I legitimately fully unlocked exoskeletons, and bots are slow in Pi, even well past the point that I'm at. So it's very the bots are slow enough that even if I had Roboport coverage, it would not be feasible for me to use bots to build the whole base. Or rather, you know, bots that are not my personal bots. Obviously, I build everything with my personal bots. But yeah, the quick start mod gave me the exoskeletons and a few construction bots of my own. Which science pack actually gets me exo? That's a good question. It's soon. Oh, no, it's not. So I'm here at Pi Science 2. So 3 more science packs, prod. I was thinking it was chemical, but no, it's prod. All right. I didn't actually make a tab for this in YAFC, but for Nichrome here, I said we set this to 6. Allow overproduction. I shouldn't have this in this tab. This is poor design. So yeah, that's just a station delivering nitrogen, and then we're gonna need a bunch. Oh my god, no, we can't do this much all at once. I think we're gonna do the 4 that we... Even that is tight. How much nickel am I making right now? Okay. So this is what I came up with as needing for just for red chips. We need 1.2 here, plus what we need in the nylon is 1.6. And that's 16 nickel a second. My current nickel build is less than 12. This is a problem. I didn't realize how huge the input numbers were for Nichrome. Do we have... Nickel stage 3 is under chemical science. Intermetallics are going to do things with nickel, but they're not going to give me a new way to make nickel. Yeah. Do I just need, like, straight up a second nickel build? Is that what needs to happen? Is I'm going to need to copy and paste nickel? Which, like, I can do. I just don't want to. We'd also have to find another spot to do nickel mining. Now maybe we can do it here. We'd have to double our nickel mining capability, and that's fine. To get a second belt out of this, and then maybe I could just convert this to a... to use stack inserters, and then we don't have to worry as much about building a second station. Or I could just build a second station. I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'm going to build this. Let's go back to YAFC. The nichrome... I'm going to build it at this 1.5 times the scale that we actually need. Yeah. I'm going to do it at this scale, and we're just going to have to use stack inserters for bringing in the chromium and the nickel. And that's fine, such as it is. But we're going to need to make a lot more chromium and a lot more nickel. Because even, like, again, 2/3 of this is more nickel than I make, and almost maybe more chromium than I make. Yeah. Yep. And again, this is bare minimum if I want one machine making red chips. This is like... And yeah, 1 a second is a lot, but... Let's... Maybe this is what we need to do, is take the step back. So we're going to have chemical science packs, right? And it's not going to be 1 a second. It's going to be like... what is this per minute? Let's go per minute. This is the only time I look per minute is when I'm thinking in terms of science. Yeah, 6 per minute is fine. Actually, I'm at 12 right now, aren't I? So SPM. So we'll do 12 SPM. And that's okay. It is a small fraction of running a full chip shooter. What is this per second again? If I go back to... Yeah, 0.033 per second. So that's like 1/30th of a red chip machine is for science. But the problem is that we're also going to need these for, yeah. Right? Like all of our Mark II buildings. Breeder reactors need huge... I mean, yes, we're not going to be making breeder reactors in bulk, but we're going to need them. So yeah, I'm very tempted to do the full one assembler for red circuits, for red chips. And that does mean that we need more chromium and we need more nickel. I don't think I can get around it. I think we build this at the scale that we think we need to build it at, and that's 6 machines doing this. And we're just going to accept that we're going to need more nickel and we're going to need more chromium. We just have to, we're going to have more than one build of those. We will add them to the to-do lists. There we go. That is that. All right, let's get this build done. Fluid drop-off. This is only going to request nitrogen. And then solid drop-off for the nickel and the chromium. I'm tempted to do two separate drop-offs, honestly. Just because it's going to be very busy. I'm going to do it. I'll do it 2 separate ones. And these actually need to be not like that. These are going to need to be big drop-offs, which I should make a standardized design, but I haven't yet. So where can I copy and paste that from? Over here somewhere, right? Those are pickups. What's a drop-off? Oh, I know. I have some at glass. All right. So that is... One of these needs to be nickel. One of these needs to be chromium. I do that right? No. Okay. And that's fine. Let's get these guys. And it is just about ad break o'clock again, Twitch has given me my 1-minute warning. I do run just 1 ad break an hour, and just long enough to keep pre-roll ads disabled, so folks don't have to deal with pre-roll ads when they come in. So that'll be, it's usually about a 3-minute ad break, and when we come back from that, we will finish this build. So these are bringing in, yeah, basically 2 blue inserters worth of each input. All right. Ads are starting. I am going to get some water and step away for just a moment, and I'll see everyone in a few minutes. All right, I think we're back. Yeah, we should be back. Interesting. We're having train issues again. That is worrisome. I mean, yeah. These are all... The depot's empty. The last time we were having issues like this, there were a bunch of trains in the depot. But it does look like... we're pretty much, yeah. We might need a few more trains in the network. It looks like we have plenty of fluid trains for now, but the solid trains are slowing us down. So if I see a bunch of these flash again, I'll definitely take some time out of my day and fix it. For now, I'm not going to worry too much about it. I did, during the ad break, just finish getting the inserters and the electricity done for this build, because it's not an interesting build. Yeah, let's do it to there. That needs apparently to be moved over one. And then, oh, actually, there wasn't going to be one there. I'll do a solid pickup. And this is going to be our however much per second, 2.4 per second of nichrome. For all of that input. All right. But there it is. That is nichrome. So once we get... Oh, no, it's not. I didn't hook up nitrogen yet. Let's do that. All right. And we've got nickel coming out. Excellent. We've already got chromium. Excellent. So we could do this... We could do this up to 2 more of these high-pressure furnaces if we absolutely have to. And that would still run off of this one double-stacked nickel belt. That gets us to... no, actually, not quite. We can't quite run 8 of these. We look, 8 of them is 32 nickel a second. So we could run like 7.5. Yeah. Do we eventually get a better nichrome recipe? We do. Okay. Maybe, I mean, hopefully we don't have to build any more nichrome than this, because molten will be easier. But that's not until blue science. So that's, you know, potentially another couple 100 hours away before we get that tech. But we are making nichrome now, and that will eventually end up as a delivery to Nylon, so I'm going to call Nylon done. Alright, the next thing on my to-do list was get started with Yotoi Allo Bootstrap. So let's look at that. So the orchards, well, let's double check the orchards don't need anything weird. They don't. Okay, we can make those whenever. That's good. And then the aloe itself, okay, can be grown like this. And this will be the one that runs on a loop to make the plants. And then this is the one that we need to get our first... Ooh, good alien samples. All right. We're going to have to borrow some of those from science to get this started. Let's head back to the mall area and just let's get like an orchard for one thing. And then we'll see what it takes to make, because we need to make both the Yotoi plants, which I assume are our modules, and then I also need Yotoi fruits, right? Yeah. And these are just made from the modules. Yeah. Yotoi fruit tree to fruit. What? I don't see a Yotoi fruit tree. Okay. That might... What do we got? Yeah. So we can grow the fruit from gravel, limestone, soil, water on site when we need it. And we do want to make it on site because it does decay. Oh, in just 4 minutes. So yes. Oh, and it decays to Yotoi seeds. Which we don't use those to make the fruit. Interesting. So that is effectively a trash result. Those seeds, and they will be in our way. The Yotoi leaves, I'm not sure what I need them for. But they at least are grown from the aloe, which needs the seeds. Oh! Okay, so the fruit is used, and that gives us seeds and leaves. Or we can grow... What a weird plant. So we can grow the plant to make seeds. That's 2 plants to 5, sorry, to make leaves. Or we use the fruit and get a lot more seeds and some leaves. Interesting. Okay. Otherwise, we've got this recipe, which we need a couple of crafts of. And this orchard. I assume, yeah, the leaves can be used to make raw fiber. How is Yotoi for a fiber source? Did I just spend a bunch of time and effort on wood-based fiber when I have recently unlocked something better? Let's find out. So this is making 11 fiber a second from 4 logs, which is honestly a bunch, but whatever. We do Yotoi fiber. We make this from Yotoi, and we turn it into regular fiber. How much am I making here? 11 fiber a second. So if we want to match that, 11 a second. All right. The answer is no. This would not be better. Maybe it's better resource-wise, but like 370 plants. This is not a good source of fiber. Okay. Actually, we don't want to do the fruit spoiling. We want to do this one. Yeah, and even if we use the Mark IIs, which we don't have, it's still almost 200 of them. So no, we're not doing this. This would have been bad. Okay, that's fine. So I think all I have to do as far as what we want to bootstrap is, like, we want to run just, like, one of these things, making the Yotoi, and honestly, we'll probably do it from spoiling instead of, yeah. So this is just two of these guys with a chest in between so that they can spoil. Limestone. I don't know where we're going to get gravel and sand from. This might be a hassle. Water pumping. Soil's always on site. No, not that soil recipe. So, like, this all is fine as far as setting up a little bootstrap site. It's the soil and gravel that's hard. I guess if I do it on rails, getting soil and gravel in is not a challenge. And also, I just realized that these want 33 frickin' modules in each. So we are going to need a lot of this. So maybe... whatever this ratio is. Sure. Maybe this is what we do. Maybe we make 7 and we actually set this up. I mean, our only inputs are sand and gravel, right? So we can set this up on rails. We're making a quarter of one a second, but every one of these buildings needs 33 of them as modules. So I think it's going to be... yeah, we'll do this. We'll make 7 orchards. We'll bootstrap what we can. Let's do that. Let's do that. So first things first, let's find... this is getting pretty saturated. I'm going to have to double this very soon. Can I... if I take this like this, does this line up? Of course not. That would be too easy. Okay, so I'm going to have to do the 2 pieces separately. There's, like, this piece. And then, oh, if I just copy and paste this, it's going to copy and paste all the recipes, isn't it? Shoot. Shoot. And then all of these things go away. Yep. And then we grab, it's like... that. Wait until they actually clean up all of these. Ugh. It wants to add the crisscrosses. Can I somehow... I think I'm just gonna have to go up there. At some point, I need to get rid of this and design a proper auto mall that can build things, like, on demand without needing dedicated everything for everything we build. But... All right, yeah, and we lost the recipe here. Let's not do that then. All right, and that's as far over as I can go without moving this water pipe, so that's as far over as we're going to go. But yeah, this will get built by the base construction bots. My bots don't have to do it. Especially since I don't have most of this stuff in my inventory. So, but we now do have the space to expand quite a bit here, which is excellent. Okay, so we'll make the Yotoi orchards up here. Let them do that thing. We really missing yellow inserters for construction? Do I believe that to be true? Maybe. And then down here somewhere I have, here we go, here's a machine that makes codexes. Glass, lamps, and circuits. Yes, this will have everything it needs. So this can start making Yotoi. I have so many spare codexes. All right, that'll start doing those. And then down here, one of these should be able to make tropical tree DNA samples. And this needs to request Yotoi Codex. So those will get delivered. This will make... I will need to deliver some Logi Science packs by hand. That's fine. And then this... no. We do output here. And this will have... Actually, we'll do 2 of these. I'll bring in the Logi Science packs, and then our output here will be these DNA samples. Because the Yotoi itself is going to be made almost certainly in a botanical nursery once we have the tropical tree DNA samples. We're also going to need good alien samples, cDNA, and biosamples to make those, so that'll be fun. It does look like the bots have mostly managed to catch up on... Has that always been crooked? Uh-oh. Let me look into that. Oh, and the bots are almost certainly not going to be able to finish that build just because of the way construction zones work or don't work in Pyanodons. All right. I'm not sure. I think that's fixed. Nope. Is it this one that's wrong? Or maybe this one that's wrong. Here, we'll just fix them both. This one is here. And this one is... there. All right, that is correct now. I'm not sure what I did. I had something off by one somewhere, but it is fixed now. And we have plenty of space here to add more buildings as we need them, until such time as I get around to making an auto mall. We are still kind of consistently seeing train alerts, so let's add some more cargo trains to the network while I'm thinking about it. What do we need? Duralumin. Steel and titanium. And circuits. All right. That's 5 more trains. And then as far as down here goes, we just need... I need to bring Logi Science packs by hand. So I will grab a couple of stacks of those from where we're making those out on rails. Which is here? Yes. And what am I doing? Logi Science pack drop off. Yes. And then once we have a couple of the... let's head... Oh, I didn't do the other thing I was going to do, which was drop trains off, but that's okay. Let's do that in a second. Let's get the Yotoi figured out. Is this covered in Logi range? It is. Oh, it's already a path. Oh. I'm way ahead of myself. Alright, so if we come up here... we'll grab a botanical nursery. I'm going to put this down like here. And this will be our bootstrap for the Yotoi. And if I go ahead with... here we go. We can see what we actually need to be able to bring. So we need to be able to bring in tree seedlings, and I need to bring in some good alien samples. What is our ratio here? 2 good alien samples makes 2 Yotoi. We need tons of them to bootstrap, so I'm inclined to just bring a whole stack. And ditto with tree seedlings. Wait, tree seedlings decay. Oh, that's awful. Okay, I can't do this right here. I need to do this someplace where I have wood, where I can make tree seeds and tree seedlings and deal with the decay process. Which is just miserable, by the way. Not excited about that. Oh! We already make seedlings here. But this has got to be like... Yeah. But all this does is limit based on seeds, right? Yeah. Okay. We can make this work. We can make this work. Let's clear this belt. So if I put this like here, make this the Yotoi, and do like that kind of thing, and let's see, we gotta have a tree seed output. That's fine. We've got to have water in. Now if we do our requester chest on this thing. This is gnarly, but it's just for bootstrapping. Okay. So this needs tree seedlings in, which this isn't doing because... Oh, because this is set up to only run tree seeds when we don't have... Yeah. Okay, let's change how we're doing this. So we're going to disconnect that. We're gonna do, well, one, we need an output here for our Yotoi, and we'll measure that in. All right. And then this needs to be controlled by a combinator. So what we want is if... Well, you'll only run when... This was the thing, right? Trees less than 100. Yep. And then this one will only run if Yotoi is less than... Whoops. How many of these do we want to make? And I kind of want to make like 100 of them. And then this needs to run if either of the other conditions are true. So if Yotoi is less than 100, or tree is less than 100, output, I don't care. We'll call it check mark. And then this will be enabled if check mark equals 1. Okay. So that should work. As soon as we build up enough Yotoi, this will stop. And then we'll do a better Yotoi build that doesn't rely on, you know, these things later on. So we gotta get the tropical tree DNA samples, which I should be able to drop just a provider down here on the output of all of this. And the Logibots will do this for me? Question mark? And then the other thing that we will need to do is I will need to get some good alien samples, and those are on the rail base. Good alien samples are this build? That looks like good alien samples to me. Yeah, let's just go grab like a couple of stacks of those. I don't know how many we're actually going to need. I'm surprised that we have this many of them. But like, science is running, so what's our request threshold for good alien samples? Yeah, 2 stacks. This needs to use like 6 more before it'll request additional. All right. Well, either way, I have some that I can deliver to the to that build now. Are these all fluid? These are all fluid. Okay. So my fluid trains I have plenty of. It is the assigned to the Cybersyn group, automatic. And then these will all, as soon as they are fueled up, will be automatically dispatched. And hopefully this will help a little bit with some of our rail demand. Nylon! Hey! And that means that we got, we're making nichrome. Nichrome would have been delivered down to nylon. Beautiful. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. And then, yeah, as soon as this belt buffers, it'll actually start pushing nylon down into here. But, cool. That's great to see. That's, it's a small milestone, but anything that's progress towards kind of our next set of goals is fantastic. So what am I doing? I need to deliver these good alien samples over to where we're making our first Yo toys. All right. So these are just waiting for tropical tree DNA samples, basically. And this will run at the speed of that. This will run at the speed of that. Very descriptive, Brandon. Good job. Excellent streaming. The Yo toys, I think this is a, 300-second craft, and this is a, 250-second craft. So yeah, our limiting factor will be the tropical tree DNA samples. And if we want to make 100 of these, we need to make 50 of those at 5 minutes each. That's like 4 hours before this is going to be like actually ready to go. So that's, that is not a today thing. We are not going to do any more with Yotoy today. All right, so centralized sulfuric has been a minor goal for a while, and I do want to follow up on that. Where are all of these circuits going? Oh, they're going into this. Yeah, that's fine. We might have enough of those. I don't know. I'll just let it keep making codexes. I don't care. Let's look at what we're doing with sulfuric right now. Because we're using it in 2 places, and I make it on site in both places. We bring in acid gas instead of bringing in sulfuric. But it is probably better to be moving sulfuric around instead. So this has just 1, and I don't think it's even using the full capacity of it. But down here, for, I think this is rare earth metals, this is 7. So, like, 8 machines minimum making sulfuric acid. I'm kind of inclined to just, like, double that and say that's probably enough sulfuric acid for the short to medium term. So that's what I'm going to do, is exactly that. So let's get ourselves 8 more chemical plants. Let's figure out why we have random bots in our inventory. I must have accidentally, like, deconstructed them or something. And then as soon as we get these 8 chemical plants, I will find a spot to do sulfuric acid. Again, sulfuric is a super small, simple build. It's just water and the acid gas, so it's 1 station in and 1 station out. So it's something that we can, you know, if we have a spot where we have some spare station capacity, we can probably do it wherever we want. Like, we just did this, and we have a couple of spots free here. Could do it... What was that? Rated the first... Oh, Yotoi. Beautiful. Looking good. Looking good. Alright, let's... I just saw a spot that I liked, and now I've lost it. I was thinking, like, right here, we can do another little build in this corner. We've got the space for it. So let's do that. Right here. Okay, and then we're going to have a drop-off for... This will just be acid gas. And then a pickup on the other side, which will be our sulfuric. All right, and then we just need a bunch of these guys. And of course, that is all exactly backwards from what I wanted. Three, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2 more. Ooh, I need copper. All right. Actually, I changed my mind. Let's get rid of all that. I think I can just put these right next to each other, right? Yes. All right. Now... Okay, so these just need water, and they will turn on, no problem. Water is easy. How much water do they need? 25 times 16 is not a lot. So I do not need to worry about needing more than one pump. We just hook it up like that. And these guys are on. Okay. So now I just have to go to the places where we're using sulfuric and change those from requesting water or from requesting acid gas to requesting sulfuric directly. We're going to end up voiding some acid gas. Oh well. All right, we've got 7 here and 1 here. Let's do this one first. That is this machine. That is this acid gas.
Space. Space.
Araikoskis? Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Ooh, 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 that was bad. That was wrong. That was wrong. That was wrong. I should have changed the request before I emptied the pipe. Because now I'm worried we got a train dispatched to go pick up acid gas. Yeah. Oh well. Okay. So this will be... What's the best way to do this? There's no best way to do this. I think we just have to wait. And this will end up with some acid gas. And that's fine. We're just gonna accept that that's gonna happen. And I'll have to come back and just delete it. And then we can go ahead and switch the other sulfuric over. This time, I will make sure that I actually do the requests before I void. Oh, this also needs acid gas. I didn't realize this for rare... Oh, no, that's sulfuric acid. Never mind. All right. So we'll swap this request over from acid to sulfuric acid. And then change this pump as well. And we delete the pipeline contents. Now, we just have to hook everything back up. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Okay. That should basically be good. This does not yet have sulfuric acid, like, being sent to it. That's fine. Because I think... Yeah, this station hasn't even been built yet. So... that is expected. And that hasn't been built yet because I need copper plates in order to make the station. All right. Let me go grab some copper. Grab some copper. I'll drop all of these other labs at the end of the new combinator down there as soon as I have that built. Hopefully, this will be enough sulfuric to tide us over for a little while. Sulfuric acid is definitely going to be one of those things that we're going to be making more than one way, which is why I wanted to switch over from where we're doing it sort of on site to having it be centralized, because we are going to need it from other sources in the future. All right, and this is, yeah, now a provider for sulfuric, which is fine, which means that we should get issued that request soon over here. And And then the other thing I have to do is over here where we probably got that delivery of acid gas. I need to go ahead and void that. If I can remember where it was. Yeah, it was here. All right. So acid gas is voided again. This is requesting sulfuric. And at the new build, we are providing sulfuric. So yeah, here we go. Is that this station or is that the other station? That is going to be the other station. So that'll be this one is red Honda Chic. Yes. All right, so that is done. The next to-do list things are honestly not super high priority. They are just... Oh, science has stopped. That's the top priority, is figure out why science stopped. But before we do that, got a new follower who I've got to add to the Wall of Fame. That... Oh. All right, I'm not going to butcher your name again, but thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. All right. I didn't realize I still had any caravans that were doing anything. Oh, that's titanium for this setup. Yeah, that's going to break at some point. Mostly because he's not getting new food, so that caravan is eventually going to just run out of food and stop functioning. Yotoi, we're up to 8. I need like 100. Okay, let's figure out what's up with science. That's oh, well, yep. It looks like automation science packs are still not quite keeping up with science consumption. I could get rid of 2 labs and they would keep up forever. And even back up a little bit. I don't love that thought. I'd much prefer to get them working consistently. I think we're past planter boxes being a limiting factor. I think we've fixed those. So it may just be that everything is still kind of keeping up or catching up and it hasn't quite stabilized yet, because like we were having issues with ash, we were having issues with stone brick that may or may not be actually resolved. So like yeah. This does seem like it's running though, which is good. I'm not going to worry about it too much then. I'm going to say that it's fine. Other things that we have fixed, quote unquote fixed recently that I should check. Coal to tar is running. Coal gas is sitting where it should. Syngas is sitting basically where it should be. We've got plenty of ash output. That looks like it got emptied recently. We've got plenty of iron oxide output running. This is tar processing, mostly down to gasoline. This also looks like it's running. And if we find a liquid fuel consumer, this is the real question. Are we keeping up on our liquid fuel production? And the answer appears to be yes, but actually no. There's multiple sources of liquid fuels on the base right now. And I'm not sure why this doesn't have a... I mean, this should have a train coming. But it's still out, like, completely. So we might need to figure out... I kind of just want to watch this to see what happens. And to see, are we just, like, using fuel too quickly? Or is fuel just now catching up? Kind of what's going on there. All right. It's ad break o'clock. I do only run ads once an hour, just long enough to turn off pre-roll ads and other mid-roll ads. So we'll be back in just a few minutes after the ad break, and we'll debug fuels. That'll be the exciting thing we work on. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. And we are back. Thanks for sticking around through the ad. I really appreciate it. Like I was saying, I do try to keep ads to a minimum and have them be as unobtrusive as possible and make sure folks aren't going to miss anything when they're running. I don't really want to use ads as a, cudgel to try to force people to subscribe, right? So I know 3 minutes is a longish break, but I do appreciate folks hanging out. It's a Kellen! How's it going, Kellen? Three-minute ads every 5 minutes. There you go. It'll let you run a lot of ads. The ad break, intensity that it will let you schedule is wild. Of course. Kellen does variety of stuff, but has been doing some Factorio. Was doing some Death World shenanigans over the weekend, which was lots of fun. Alright, so what I'm seeing is that we're not dispatching fuel trains as quickly as I would like. And I'm not sure so yeah, this gets filled up and then it gets pumped out. And then as soon as this tank hits zero, and this is part of the problem, I think, is that this is still a 70 KL tank, so it takes a while to reach zero. It should latch in the next fuel, and then we have to wait for a train to be assigned. There we go. So this is going to go pick up fuel. Ooh, that should never be a thing. We have 25,000 gasoline being provided somewhere. Gasoline should always be above 50. So that's a bug somewhere in the base. The reason that gasoline should always be above 50 is that for things that are both fuels and are also sometimes ingredients, I always want to make sure that before they're allowed to be selected as fuel, there will always still be enough around that it can be used as an ingredient for other crafts. So I want to make sure that we have basically 2 train loads available before we use something as a fuel. One of them is for the fuel train, and then the other one is still available if the craft requests it. Diesel is only ever used for fuel, so it's okay that that one's below 50. But gasoline should always be 50. Tall oil, I believe, is correctly set to always be above 50. Ooh, hey, look at that. We actually got our next fuel before this one ran out. That never happens. Alright, so maybe this is just slowly catching up still. And then, yeah, this has to hit 0. I could help this catch up by removing this and using smaller tank, right? That would help. No, not like that. Yeah. So that should help, because that'll help this pump run faster to drain this section. And then we should have a train. Oh, that's a hot air train. Oh! That's the other thing, is this also gets hot air deliveries. That's funny. Didn't even think of that. I wonder if that messes with this sometimes. How does this work? Let's... Because there's some weird stuff with, like, the hold signal, right? Because we have... Yeah, this is the station control output. This outputs hold. And then one of these things does, like... Yeah, if hold is greater than 0... output whatever you're getting. And then here, this is if hold is 0. Yeah, output in your input signal. Okay. Yeah, and the input signal right now wants to be interesting. So yeah, we're holding the diesel, even though what's being delivered to this station is hot air, not fuel. And I think that could... Can that cause problems? I mean, obviously, in the time it takes for the hot air delivery, where we never get the diesel delivery, then yes, it causes problems, because now we don't have fuel. That's a different problem. But this should have then... Yeah, this swapped over to gasoline. So that's fine. I think it's working right. It's just... This station is weird because it predates my dedicated fuel stations, and I don't really have the space to swap it around. I think it's working. It's just weird. All right, so let's make sure. I wanted to check gasoline. Greater than 50K here, yep. Greater than 50K here. How did we ever have gasoline at 25K then? I must be making gasoline somewhere else as a byproduct of something, and I don't know what it is. Oh, is it coming in from the belt base? I was like, I thought I got rid of gasoline coming in from the belt base. No, I didn't. Oh, but this doesn't make itself available on the radar. So this one's never... I don't know. That's deeply concerning. Well, it's moderately concerning. This has gasoline as an input, but not an output. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what was providing 25K of gasoline as fuel. That should never happen. This is also backed up, again, on getting rid of coke, And that probably means, where is this? I mean, this is running. All right, well, we'll see if this can keep up. We might be making too much coke. I might have to void coke in other ways. We can look into that. The other thing I wanted to fix about fuels was, where are we making benzene? Benzene as a fuel source here. Yeah, this needs to be 50k now, because we do have benzene as an input to crafting. Specifically, it comes in for nylon, wherever I put nylon. Yeah, benzene here. Kellen, I'm not dignifying that with a response. Let's see. So yeah, we might just be making too much, yeah, and this is going to slow down our gasoline production, obviously, if that's not unblocked. How's this one doing? This one's keeping up. I am constantly thinking it is... There's a part of my brain every time I'm playing this that's just dedicated to not making those jokes. It's a problem. I don't know what I'm doing. All right, I fixed benzene. Glass is mostly running. Yeah, I mean, hot air. This combined hot air and fuel station, given how much hot air we need and how much fuel we need, is becoming a problem. And... I think I do need to split this into 2 stations. I don't think I can get away with this any longer. So I think what I can do, I hope what I can do, is I can drop one more straight segment here and sneak in another station here for either the hot air or the fuel. And then we will... Probably fuel. I'll make it a fuel station, and then I'll disconnect the fuel logic up here. This will burn through its fuels, and then we'll swap over. Yeah, I like this plan. I like this plan a lot. Okay. Nope, trains are sad, but they'll be unsaddened shortly. And we want a fuel drop-off. Yeah, the modern fuel drop-off. Just plop it in place. Oh, apparently I need... Of course. I need combinators. What do we need? 2 Cybersyn combinators and 1 selector combinator. All right, well, some of that's coming from up here, so... What are you? This can go. This can go. This just now requests hot air. All of this logic goes. This might get one more train. No. Okay. So all of this goes. So this is now just hot air up here. this can all go. I think I do still need one more CyberSyn combinator. Yes. And I also can't see what I'm doing. Get rid of some of these trees, because trees are the true enemy. Okay, so we've got this pipe already here that connects to the upper half and the lower half of everything. So I think what I can do, if I run this... Why do I have a bunch of coarse fraction just stashed away here? If I run this up... I mean, it's tempting just to do, like... like that, basically. So this just needs its one last cybernetic combinator, and it should turn on. Where do I make circuits? Circuits are here. All right, that's not too bad. I should really get cybernetic combinators and train stations on the mall. It's honestly a travesty that I have never actually done that, considering how many hundreds of them are around the base. Okay, this should be on. This should be requesting... All right, in this case, diesel, that's fine. Hasn't been issued a train yet. And we'll know it's issued a train because this combinator will output what it's been issued. Come on, CyberSyn. Oh, now it's requesting gasoline. Right? Because now we have more gasoline than diesel. Okay, that's fine. And actually, what I should do is I should do one more pump. Like that. That way this empties itself as quickly as possible. Well, this one shouldn't matter. This is the one that matters, because this is the one that needs to fully transfer to this pump, or to this tank, before it'll issue another request for a fuel. There we go. Got issued a train. So it's latched gasoline for itself. Cool. I think... Well, we'll see. But hopefully having now separate trains for fuel and hot air, just given how much fuel and how much hot air the Glassworks uses, will help it run more smoothly. But we'll just kind of have to wait and see how that goes. This has started to... Yeah, and that probably means that this one has been, like, fully drained, more or less. Yep, cool. Alright, so it's just kind of catching up still. because this had previously been backed up as well on the syngas. So we might, yeah. I think it's just taking a little while. Now that I have the syngas void, hopefully we're going to see that this no longer ever backs up on coke. Which means that it all gets turned back into more tar, which turns into more gasoline. And gasoline makes me a happy Brandon. Okay, so this got its first fuel delivery, right? And should have already transferred to here. It already wants another one. I'm like watching this counting down. All right, this train has been filled up at least. Some of this will just work better once I get faster trains as well. I don't know when I get locomotive Mark IIs. Not for a long time, I imagine. Wait, I get Mark IIs this science? Holy crap, I didn't even know. I mean, they are gated behind nuclear research and batteries and new machine components. So, like, upgrading my trains, not gonna be fun. And I think I know some of the Pyanodon's trains are different, like, physical sizes, and it makes CyberSyn sad. So this upgrade, we might just be taking the locomotives and leaving everything else. I'm not sure. All right, and this has been issued another train. Yeah, and this time we're like catching up on fuel. All right, I think as long as the base can actually keep up with fueling this thing, which is not a given, this is a lot of glass production, then we should be in okay shape. Ooh, we got way behind. Look at that. That's not good. Yeah, and that's still a mess. These are fine, though. Okay, what is our next problem? Science is slowing down again, but, like, it would not surprise me if there's already a train issued with... but that's not the science we need. It might be the science we deserve, but it's not the science we need. These guys are... How are we doing here? 200, 400, 600, 800, 1,000. So we're 50 short. And science has been stopped for a little while now. The question is... Let's look at our production graph of... Automation Science Pack. Yeah. Because at this point, science wants, yeah, 6 of these. So we want 72 a minute. And this shows that. But my concern is that, don't I also have other things making automation science packs? Though maybe these ones haven't run in a while. Where am I? What am I looking for? Yeah, I mean, if these just haven't been running, then they're not going to count towards the total. And when I look at it, like, we do see that sometimes it spikes above. So I think this consistent, like, 72-ish is correct if we look at the last 10 minutes. 71.7 a minute is not 72. Like, this is... Oh, and it's down. It's down right now. Oh. Let's see it. Let's see it. What broke? What's wrong? Okay, we're out of... We're still running out of... these guys. Yeah. Okay. So we're still having some bottlenecking bandwidth issues with planter boxes. So it is tempting to... Man, the problem is that we need more of these. We need a lot more ash, although apparently we have plenty of ash right now. So maybe I just duplicate the whole planter box build, and we have a second thing for planter boxes. Because, like, planter boxes get used for a bunch of crap, right? It's not just for science. Yeah, we're gonna need them on rails eventually as an input to buildings for the new auto crafter whenever I get around to that. Used for bootstrapping things. Yeah, they're used for, like... Well, this is just for Moondrop Bootstrap, never mind. Yeah, we need them for sap trees. If we want to be making sap trees as modules, we need them here. Same with trees as modules. So, like, any of this stuff that's still on the belt base that we eventually want to migrate, like, we'll want to do this on rails at some point, and this uses planter boxes. Tree Mark 2s. Rods. Which apparently I can research, so they're soon. But this is back to, like, bootstrap stuff, and that's low quantity. It looks like mostly trees and sap trees. But still, we're going to want them available, right? We're going to be continuing to make botanical nurseries forever once we get the mall on rails. So it may be worth just doing this, right? Like, bonk. I just have to find a spot to put it. The other option would be to do it here, but I'm worried about, like, deliveries to this becoming a problem. Just because, like, we're already pulling 2 belts of ash out of this station, and... Yeah. Excuse me. That does seem to be the thing that causes our science to, Can I get the... No. I keep trying to click on this to get, like, an expanded view of the science production chart, like I have for the rest of my production statistics, and it's just not going to happen. I mean, what I can do is I can look at, like, automation science pack consumption over the past hour. Yeah, and we can see this consistently, this shape when we run out of them. Whoa, how? I mean, there's your problem. we're making 72 of them a minute, and this is consuming 100? My... All right, we have 18 of these. Consuming 6 automation science packs per 90 seconds. So that's 6/90ths. 18 times. So that's... Sorry, 6 per 90 seconds, 18 times. That's 1.2 per second. And and if we want that in minutes, that number is 72. But this says 100 and whatever. And, like, that would be the problem. But I am confused as to how that's the problem. And why is it... I don't have something else that uses automation science packs, right? Like, they're used for a bunch of DNA samples. But, oh, that's funny. We need them for nuclear samples as well as actually as science packs. No. We shouldn't be using them for anything else. Wait a second. Do I have a... I have lab research speed. Plus 30%. So our current lab research speed is plus 50. Is that my problem? I just have too many labs for my research speed multiplier? Probably. Yeah, because I make 12. Oh, I was thinking I had a research productivity bonus, not a research speed bonus. So I built all this around having the research productivity bonus. But that's not right. So yeah, we need to get rid of like 6 of these. That's my problem. Why did I think I had a research productivity bonus? I don't know. I honestly, truly do not know. I know I do have mining productivity. Yeah, we have mining productivity. We don't have research productivity yet. I don't know if we even can get it. I don't know. At any rate, the issue is that we have too many labs for what we can actually research consistently. So let's fix that. And we should immediately go down to the 12 SPM that we're actually built for. Well, I say immediately, but... Yep, there we go. Science per minute is down where it belongs. Alright, and that should fix the issues with us always being limited by the automation science packs. Okay. Why did I think I had a research productivity bonus? I don't know. I really don't know. Right, trits. Okay, so we need trits, and then fine electronics, and then we can get to red circuits. All right, and we're working on aramids right now, which are here. So we do have nitrobenzene, and we have Kevlar researched, so we could start working on the nitrobenzene and the Kevlar that we need. Oh, good. We have a new machine as well. And a lead container. Ooh, I wonder what that's used for. Let's find out. Used in coated containers. Iron nanoparticles. Zinc oxide nanoparticles. Ah, here we go. Fuel rods. Fuel rod Mark 1. Lead container plus plutonium-239. Plutonium fuel rods, huh? That's our fuel of choice? Okay. Yeah, and what do these need to make? Kevlar, lead antimony alloy, and iron niobium alloy. All right. Cool, cool, cool. Haven't even really looked at like lignin. I kind of decided that the phenol recipe for nylon was probably worse without actually like doing any of the checks on it. My gut reaction was like, that's a bunch of alien life stuff. We're not doing that. Alright, but yeah, we can do Kevlar at this point, so we should maybe think about that. Epoxy is... looks like maybe right after red circuits we'll want epoxy. And then I saw something that we need cadaveric arum for in YAFC. A second. Was it in the Kevlar chain? It was not in the Kevlar chain. Optical fiber chain? No. Maybe not. No, wait, yeah. Here we go. Electrolytic capacitors. Need cadaveric arum seeds. But this is not a prerequisite of electrolytic capacitors? This might be one of those known technology ordering bugs with hard mode. It's also possible that I'm missing something, but I think it's much It seems likely that that is just one of those ordering bugs. Yeah, the capacitor recipe that we get needs cadaveric arum. Okay, so we need to add this to the list of technologies as well. And then, ooh, we can make acid gas from them. Ooh. Using coal gas. Interesting. But they make residual gas. Oh, and we get a new recycling recipe for that as well. Interesting. These guys are interesting. I am not... Whoops. A lot of times the new AL stuff, I'm like, I could take it or leave it, but these seem potentially very, very interesting plants. Oh no. What? What? Oh dear. This is not... What did I do? Oh, I didn't get this correctly connected when I changed what kind of station this was. One of my most common screw-ups. Alright, we gotta fix this. Same with this one, and then we'll have to see what's going on with all of these trains. They're gonna be some combination of nickel and chrome that we're gonna have to deal with. All right. Yeah, nickel, 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 chrome, chrome, chrome. Okay. Let's... First things first, do this. Second things second. Do this one too. All right. Now, if I make this train manual, this is so stupid, but it'll work. And we can do the same thing with these. Just get them unblocked. Ah! Oops, wasn't all the way past that turn, apparently. And then this does use more nickel than... chrome. So it might unbork itself with just 2 of these delivered. But I may as well do the third one. The best part of this is absolutely going to be if I manage to deadlock a couple of trains here. Like a nickel train trying to leave while I'm bringing this guy in. But I think we're good. And then, yeah, this guy can only be emptied as fast as there is demand for the nickel. But once it does empty, it will, yeah, this will empty soon. This one will get out of the way. It'll take a minute for that one to empty, but that's fine. This has probably already been issued a request for more nickel. Yes. But that's okay now. Trains are out of the way. Alright, we're okay. We unbroke it. That was awful. Hate it. Absolutely hate it. Yeah, we're still positive on how much nickel we want. That's okay. This is fine. This is fine. More nitrogen. That's fine. Okay. I didn't really make any decisions about what I wanted to work on, did I? I sat and I contemplated some things and we got nowhere. I mean, if our goal is to keep pushing towards circuits, then I think Kevlar is the next one. Oh, but that requires the Yotoi, which is probably not all the way ready to go yet. We can do the paraphenylene diamine. And we already have nylon. Organic solvent, I'm not sure how much we're making, honestly. It's not something I've really been deliberately doing. It's just kind of a byproduct of other things. Well, maybe we are doing it deliberately. But we're only making like 30 a second of it down here. No, that's organic polymers. These guys are up. Yeah, this is just voiding stuff from the old base, so that's not really... So this is all we actually really have for organic solvent right now. And this is using the carbolic and the naphthalene oil recipe. So... Nope, try again. So there's this recipe, which if we have excess olefins, we can use. There's this recipe, which needs cumene that I don't even know how to make, so I'm not going to worry about that. There's this recipe that makes ammonia and organic solvent from syngas and acetone. And this is great because I know I have excess syngas, so if I can make acetone, we could go with this. Or there's this recipe, which is what we're using right now. Everything else is later. So really our two paths forward are this one and this one. And if we want to make acetone, yeah, we get it from black liquor. Oh.
Olefins.
There we go. Olefins. Thanks, Internet. Can grow cumin. Yeah. I don't think this one grows on trees. No, this isn't. I mean, maybe. I do have a bunch of weird classes of distillates. Don't love seeing the high distillates are backed up, though. That's bad. That's naphtha, alright. The medium distillates are going to... Okay. We could go cumene, actually. Maybe. Because I have medium distillates that are going to high distillates and that are all going to naphthalene oil, which apparently I have too much of. Or not naphthalene oil, just naphtha. Sorry. So instead of doing medium distillates to high distillates... They're, alkenes. Yeah. Yep. Part of my brain knew that. I remembered that from organic chemistry somehow. But not the pronunciation. Okay, what I was going to say was we have a certain amount of medium distillates that come out of this processing. And obviously we have too much naphtha. I don't even know what to do about that. Like, naphtha has been a limiting factor for so much of my stuff. Naphtha void was not on my bingo card. But if we stop converting medium distillates up to high distillates, then we can do the medium distillates into stripped distillates, right? And stripped distillates into, well, either benzene, which is fuel, or cumene, which is organic solvent. This needs arthropod blood, though, and, like, yes, I'm making plenty of arthropod blood. I just turned it all into... Like, right now, we don't need a ton of vanadium, but arthropod blood is our main source of vanadium. So I'm concerned about pulling that in our oil processing. But since we're apparently blocked on... I mean, what else can I do with the high distillates instead of... I guess this is what we're doing right now. Is this naphtha recipe? Not that one. Down here? Yeah, naphtha and condensed distillates. And then those become gasoline and petroleum gas. That's fine. All right, that is our only use until ever. Yeah, this is the only use. All right. So there's this recipe, which I think I was using and I switched away from. I switched back to hydrogen because I didn't have enough naphtha to run this all the time. There's this naphtha to tall oil, which I could turn on as a naphtha. Actually, I could do that. I do have that build already. Yeah, here we go. This is naphtha to tall oil. And you can see I got rid of the station. But I could actually set this up as a naphtha void. This used to be my only way to make tall oil. Now I have better oil processing that makes it less terrible. But maybe we just do naphtha to tall oil and just call that a day. That's easy, and I like easy. Okay, it's ad break o'clock. When we come back, we'll get this reconfigured as a new naphtha void station, and we'll get our naphtha sources set up to be voidable. And we will go from there, and we'll see what else looks broken in the base. That's just how it works right now. Always debugging. I'll see y'all in just a few minutes. I recommend getting some water and stretching your legs. All right, I think we're back. I foolishly moved around in my browser, and the dashboard sometimes loses track of where we're at in the ad break if I do that, but That's okay. By the time I get to where I'm going, the ad break will definitely be over, so we'll be fine. So like I was saying, I want to go ahead and I want to turn where we were previously turning naphtha into tall oil into a tall oil or into a naphtha sink. So this should just be a matter of... Whoops, I went too far. This one. So first things first, this is actually going to be a high priority station. Oh, I must have set this high because I wanted to void what was here. That's funny. And now I don't actually want to use it. So let's get... Yeah, this is going to be a fluid drop-off. I'll turn this back on. Except this will be in the V network because it's a void. It will request naphtha. And then this is a high priority output. Okay, so this will work fine. So now I just have to get my naphtha sources where they can back up, and this is one of them. Let me grab the logic for overflow right here. And we're not doing aromatics here, we're doing naphtha. All right, and then this should be on the V network. And a train should get dispatched to deliver this over here, in fact. I do still want this to be low priority. Not that it really matters with the void logic, but basically if it decides to void right at the same time that another station wants it, I'd rather we hold off on voiding. So making these lower priority means that it could potentially have more of an opportunity to leave the void state. Hopefully that makes some amount of sense. Okay, and the other place we need to go fix is over down south of us, I think. Where we have naphtha. Yep. There we go. And this should also be voiding now. No, why not? Because I don't have that hooked up. Now it's set to void. All right. So that'll help unblock bitumen processing again, as well as... oh, and the other thing I need to do is I need to make that tall oil into a fuel provider, of course. Let's find the other place we're making tall oil. Let's just copy that. We can go back up to here and set this up as a fuel provider. Being a fuel provider, I haven't talked about this in a while, so I may as well. All of the fuels are tracked. There's a global signal network through the radars, and we use that for fuel providers. I, in theory, could have two other global networks, right? I can do red and green signals across the electric poles in the rails. I have chosen not to do that yet. And then what we want for fluids that are going to be used as fuels is we always want to make sure that we have enough left behind that for recipes that need that specific fluid, we always have some available. So we set our threshold before it will be pushed out to the fuel network to be 2 train loads. So that means that you could take one for fueling something, and then another one would still be left behind for whatever needs this specific ingredient. So yeah, we do that here. And we can see that this is only outputting 19K, so it's not actually going into the network yet. But once this hits 50K, it'll make itself available. And then fuel consumers, we looked at this a little bit with glass when I was messing with that. But they take the signal off the radar. We just use a selector combinator that just picks the one that has the highest available amount. And then that gets... a bunch of this logic is to latch it so that it won't change... It'll change its request until CyberSyn issues it. And once CyberSyn has issued a train to pick up a specific thing, it latches what it's requesting, so it doesn't try to, like, request diesel and gasoline. Like, you don't want it to change its request to gasoline when there's diesel on the way. You don't want CyberSyn to potentially route multiple trains and have them back up because they can't empty their cargo or whatever. So we don't let it do that. Speaking of, this looks like it's mostly working. There's another train issued. There's diesel here. When it gets the same fuel multiple times, obviously it can coalesce it in this tank. If it gets a different fuel, it has to sit here until this one's empty, and then it can pump it through. But this does look like it's working, separating the hot air from the hot air from the fuel delivery. Looks like it has helped with keeping this whole thing running a little more steady and a little more stable. So I am really glad to see that. Yeah, and because this has had multiple deliveries of diesel, and it has another one potentially, it's able to actually keep like 30,000 sitting around, which is awesome. There is a little bit of a time penalty to swapping fuels because it has to flush one of them fully from the pipeline before it does the next one. And I made a boo-boo back here, so let's fix that. When I reconstructed this, I didn't reconnect the... Yeah, there we go. So this is going to take a minute to drain. That's not a big deal. I could make more of these. This is a pretty slow void. And I do make quite a bit of naphtha. Processing down here can make 25 a second. And down at bitumen processing, we can make 30 a second. That's 55, but I'm pretty sure we have at least one other process that makes it 12 and a half there. Obviously, none of these run like full speed. This is a pretty small processing line for bitumen. But, I mean, say we need like 100 worth of void, and we currently have 75. So I could maybe make one more light oil refinery for this processing, just to ensure that this has enough capacity. Do I have the stuff to do it? No, of course not. What do I need? Steel and intermetallics. Okay. That's a hassle. I have a bunch of chemical plants that I think I accidentally let the bots re-deliver to me. Don't need those right now. Don't need these labs. Don't need logs. Oh, that's fine. All right. This is looking... Oh, this must have hit... Oh, it hit 25K. Right, and then it became a valid source. So even though it wasn't broadcasting its fuel status to the network, it could still be picked from for a delivery. All right. That is looking good. If I wanted that not to happen, if I wanted to make sure that even though this station isn't broadcasting, I think I would need to switch this to the each network again, just like I do for voids, and do like a if fuel is above 50K, put on F network or something like that, and then have fuel stations only pull from the F network. I don't think that's worthwhile. I think the only reason this would be pulled from is if there's another provider somewhere. Like this would be at like 30,000 and another one's at 50,000. And that one broadcasts, hey, tall oil's available as a fuel. And then CyberSyn decides to pull from this one because it still has more than the 25,000 for a train load. But that would still leave us with a couple of train loads at the other tall oil station, and that's fine. So I think that's okay here. I think. All right, so that's naphtha void done. And that's also more liquid fuel for the base, which I love to see. Pyramids are still running. Molybdenum. Have I done molybdenum? No. I haven't done molybdenum. I researched it. All right. Well, apparently we need to set up molybdenum processing. So let's, before we can do aramids. And we're going to need aramids for circuit 2, apparently, somewhere in here. So I guess let's set up molybdenum processing because Kevlar is still waiting on Yotoi to be bootstrapped, and and I still need to decide what I want to do for having more organic solvent available. But we can mess with that another time. Yeah, let's get molybdenum set up because I should have all of the all the requirements for molybdenum, hopefully. All right, so we'll bring in a belt of it. Just do all of my metals at one belt of ore scale. This is molybdenum pulp. Concentrate. Ooh, good. Muddy sludge. All right. Cool. A whole belt of ore gives me half a plate per second. Love to see it. All right. So we will want to void water. And we will want to bring in water. Ignore that these are not... Yes, this says the void is 0, but we'll actually be voiding this water, and we'll have a little more water coming out of the pump. This apparently outputs sulfur, which is fantastic. Stone, gravel, and so much muddy sludge. And I'm deeply, deeply worried about my usual way of avoiding muddy sludge. Well, maybe this isn't too bad. That's only 3 electrolyzers. It'll be a little bit more. Yeah, and this actually makes more oxygen than it needs. So we will need to bring in hydrogen. We'll need to bring in filtration media. So that's 4 solid outputs, 1 fluid output, 1 fluid input. We're up to 6. And 1 solid input, I guess, for the ore and the filters. So that's 7. Seven stations. So this is going to be a pretty big processing point. And that's pretty common for my ore processing, is that they do just take a bunch of stations and end up as pretty big builds. So... Oh, and the other thing is we need to be able to, like, mine the ore. Which apparently... we need... ten molybdenum mines. Oh, and these need drill heads, but that's fine. I have that. All right. So let's get the mall started on molybdenum mines, because those are going to need to get built. I don't have them yet. And then we can do the rest of this build and then just get the mines in place at the end. So the way I always do this is if you go to shopping list, and if someone knows a better way to do this, I would love to hear it. But I can export the shopping list to a requester chest blueprint. And then back in game, if I import that blueprint string, we can pop down the shopping list. I can give the Logi group a name. Molybdenum. Get rid of that chest. And now I can add that Logi group to my own requests. And when I go to the mall, the bots will bring all of these things to me. It feels a little bit roundabout, and I have to delete the blueprint afterwards. But it does get the job done, and it gets me the Logi request that I need. Alright, so if we wander into bot range, they'll start to bring us things. And up here, we need to add the molybdenum mines, which apparently I've never even, like, thought about. We do have all of the required items, though. And that'll be the other question, is where do I want to set up actual molybdenum mining? $141 million here. That's not bad. And it seems like, although, yeah, it's kind of a messy patch. 160 million there. I could build that like right over here to a pickup station. Here, there's not. Yeah, there's space for pickup stations here as well. This is fairly low volume here, because this is just making OGs, which apparently I have plenty of. So yeah, maybe this one. And then we just do a pickup station right here for it. And then the processing is going to have to go, I don't even know where. I guess we can keep expanding here or along here to get a little more space available for a big processing line. Yeah, I mean, if we do another T facing downwards, it's going to be long because it needs, like I said, 7 or 8 stations. But we can do that here, and we have plenty of space to build here. So I think we'll do it bottom left. All right, the bots have brought me all of the stuff for this, so I think we can go ahead and get it going. And do I need anything else for this build? I don't think so. I can't think of anything. I'll probably think of more once I get all the way down to the opposite corner of the base, but for now, I don't think I need anything else. Not that it takes a huge amount of time with the exoskeletons and everything to get down here, but still. All right, it'll take just a minute for the bots to get caught up. So let's actually look at this processing line and let's figure out what we're doing here. This actually looks fairly straightforward. A lot of the metal processing lines have like loops where you'll have like multiple steps that make the same output that need to be like looped back around, and we don't have any of that here. We just have a bunch of individual steps. So I don't think there's really anything we need to do weird or special here. We just got to build it. All right. So, of course, our first piece is a solid drop-off station. Molybdenum ore. 90 stacks, why not? We get a belt of that out, and that goes into... Here, turn this off. So if I ever go back to the base, the bots don't accidentally bring me more of things that I don't need anymore. All right, so these need 5 in. Oof. And then 3.5 out in total. All right. Then we'll do something silly. There we go. I guess I could do this with blue inserters, but this is more fun. Actually, why aren't I using blue inserters for at least part of this? Because, like, this simplifies a lot with blue inserters. On the input, not as much, but, like... there. And then output comes through. We'll need a solid pickup station here. This will be for stone, so we'll do a gold split. Stone, and then the other output of this is the molybdenite powder. This is 3 stone a second. All right. Other side of this goes to 6 ball mills. Making molybdenite powder. All right, molybdenite powder into molybdenite dust and gravel. All right. So each of these takes in 1 1/4, which is noxiously slightly more than a single yellow inserter can do. So we'll just use a blue there. And these output 2.7 items a second, which is, it really is like a blue and a yellow, and I'm gonna just use a blue and a yellow. All right. And then another solid pickup station. This one will be for the gravel. And we'll split that right here. Gravel. How much gravel do we make? 1.5 per second. That's plenty. Let's actually pull this down to like here. Just so I have, if for whatever reason I ever need more space to get things into the side of this station, I'm not blocking it. All right, the next step is with the molybdenite dust, I need agitators. And, yep, input, output. Beautiful. You know what? Actually, let's not do it there. Let's do... all of these need to be over one more. 4 input, of course. That is 2 blue inserters. And then water in. From, I don't know, wherever I feel like finding water. There's actually not a lot of water near here. We do have water. Okay, that's fine. That's our water in then. That's going to have to be water in for this whole build. Okay. So then here we will have our molybdenite pulp, which needs to be... All right, we need to bring in nitrogen and hydrogen. Let's get that set up next. Fluid drop-off. Nitrogen, hydrogen, and nitrogen, and hydrogen. All right. So we need the molybdenite pulp and nitrogen. We'll make molybdenum concentrate in a few hydrocyclones. All right. So let's get the nitrogen out. A little bit the long way, but like, whatever. We have plenty of pipe, plenty of space. Right. Maybe I should have done this across, like, here instead. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go up one. Oh, look at that. They're, like, right next to each other. Okay. So we have a few of the hydrocyclones. Oh, these are, well, not huge, but not small. Making molybdenum concentrate. Okay. Yeah, these want to do kind of this sort of thing. Fine, we'll let you do. many of those in total? 3, one more. That's not ideal. Guess I just do this. That's fine. All right. So that's nitrogen in, and then we're going to have some of our output for muddy sludge, and there will be more muddy sludge in another step, so I'm not going to like fully route this yet. And each of these outputs 2 of this, whatever it is they output, molybdenum concentrate. All right. Ugh. And then the next thing is the molybdenum concentrate goes into 2 thickeners along with water to make molybdenum pulp and more muddy sludge. All right, so these are going to be let's do that. Do I like that? I like this because it gets the muddy sludge output on this side where we can just connect it with these, right? And then we just have water, and our output fluid is here. Water's here. And then this will be our output, and then each of these brings in 3. All right. Do I care enough? No, we're just gonna do... actually do it here. Okay. And then the molybdenum pulp needs to go into a filter with filtration media, and that'll spit out some other crap. Let's get another requester station in. And this one will request filtration media. It does not need a lot. Do the normal minimum request. Yeah, we use a whopping 0.17 per second. So like that. And then this filter, I can really almost like squeeze this in, but I'm not going to. We're gonna do this right, and we're gonna make sure that we don't overly compress things. Let's come out here, let's bring it down, then we'll bring it back in. And we'll put the filter here. Yep, so we'll bring in the molybdenum whatever, we'll bring in our filters, and we'll output molybdenum disulfide, which we're gonna have to do some other stuff with. But this will bring down... Ooh. Here's a question. I'm thinking about our outputs. We need 3 more stations. And I think we have room for them. I think I can do like 1, 2, and 3 down here. Yeah. So I don't have to worry about... What I was worried about was that I was going to want to put a station here. And I was wondering if I should shuffle some things around. But I think it's fine just to have the filters come right down here. Right over like this. And in. Alright. And then that outputs 1.67 per second, because we're not running that filter at full speed. I'm surprised this has not issued a request yet for filters. Alright, but 1.67 a second is just one blue outserter. That's easy. That goes into... Oh, that's a direct insertion. I love a direct insertion. So we have one machine into one machine, making molybdenum oxide and sulfur. So we're going to need to bring oxygen in, and we will actually end up making all of our oxygen from the muddy sludge here. So we'll bring in the oxygen on this side. Then we're going to have our output like so. We actually, you know what? Let's just separate it. We'll do like this, and this one will be sulfur. This one will be the molybdenum trioxide. There we go. Sulfur we have to take as an output. So solid pickup here. Oh, and I need to set high priority on all of these stations, because these are all byproducts. What we want to make sure is that whenever a train needs something, we want to pull from byproducts before something that intentionally makes that, right? That way we keep our processing lines unblocked. Like stone, for example, we don't want to be pulling stone from a stone mine. We want to be pulling it from all of our ore processing. Okay. And then... Oh, this is just like one more electrolyzer that brings in hydrogen and makes the molybdenum plates. Okay, cool. So let's just do that. Let's grab this electrolyzer. This is another direct insertion. Molybdenum plates. Outputs water. That's fine. I do need to find a spot where I can fit the outfall for it. Oh, I didn't request an outfall. Ooh, I'm glad I had the stuff to make one. That works. Oh, I see what I did wrong in YAFC. Yeah, it says it needs 0 outfalls, so I should have forced this to be like a fraction of an outfall so that it would actually know, you know, that we need to void like 220 or something like that. Yep. That's what I needed to do, and I didn't. Okay. That's fine. I had the stuff to make it. Okay. And then this also needs hydrogen as an input, which is going to come from here. Okay. And this spits out half of a molybdenum plate per second. All right. And that will come to another solid pickup station. Oh, look at that, which we just barely have space for. It is... Oh, no, this is not a byproduct. This is our actual molybdenum output. That's just a normal product. And that's 0.5 molybdenum plates per second. Okay. So all we have left to do, I think, is the muddy sludge to oxygen and water void for the sludge. And then... My tea is empty. I did get myself water, though. 1 second. Okay. So yeah, muddy sludge all through here. This all needs to be voided. So we'll come over here, clear some of this. This is going to come into a bunch of electrolyzers, which do, yeah, water from muddy sludge. And I actually want this to be fed with a... This is a top-up valve. So this will only push through when this pipe isn't full. And that's important because there's a loop in this system. This generates soil in addition to the water and the oxygen. And then we need to loop that soil back into more... the soil turns into more muddy sludge and we electrolyze that, and eventually we void all the soil and we make it all into oxygen, right? So we want to make sure that as part of that process, we are leaving space for the soil to get turned into sludge, and then that sludge to be electrolyzed. Because if we fill up on sludge from this part, the whole thing jams up, and then I get sad. And I don't like to be sad. And same here. All right, so that feeds in. Our fluid outputs are down here. And we can actually meet up with the void here. These also all output a bunch of soil. How much is that? 10.8 per second. Okay. So we do want to... There we go. Have this on both sides of the belt. What is that? 5/3 times 4? Yeah, 6 2/3. So that's fine. 4 of these is fine on one side of a belt. And then the other 3. Those come to, lastly, some washers, which will turn that soil into more muddy sludge. And then this doesn't need an overflow valve because we always want to make sure that we're actually using this sludge before this sludge. Of course. You know what? I do want to do these ones here. Yeah, but I'll just move all of this over one so that it actually connects. There we go. And then this wants a water in, which I just always totally separate from the water out. Water is free. Instead of messing around with overflow valves trying to loop the product, we just get more water. It's not worth messing with. There we go. Let's water into all this. Yeah, they just need soil. This whole thing needs power. And then the water out is done. The oxygen out needs to be hooked up. And then I need also an overflow on the oxygen that'll go to a fluid pickup. And that'll be the last piece. And then hopefully what will have happened is while we've been working on this, the mall will have been able to build molybdenum mines, and we will get a molybdenum mine set up for everything we got going here. All right. This is overflow mode. I is greater than 80. That's fine. All right, that should be the oxygen out. So I think this build is good to go. It just needs its, actual inputs. Ended up being 8 stations. I think I said 7 originally, but I ended up splitting the molybdenum ore and the filtration media inputs. I'm concerned that we haven't gotten nitrogen yet. I'm deeply concerned by that, actually. Yeah, that's bad. How long has filtration media been broken? And what's it broken on? Saltwater electrolysis. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Chlorine is backed up. Oh, that's bad. Oh, and this one's not even set as a high priority. What about here? Is this also backed up on... Oh, here we use the chlorine. Right. This uses all the chlorine. And then we do some here. And this has a little bit of free space for chlorine. Okay. I might want to change where I'm making filtration media away from having its own hydroxide. This doesn't need its own hydroxide. I just did this before I made centralized hydroxide. So we'll do that, but then we do potentially need to figure out chlorine uses. All right, it's ad break o'clock. I want to fix filtration media when we get back, and we'll get a molybdenum mine up and running. And hopefully, between those two things, we'll be able to see molybdenum running. So I'll see everyone in just a few minutes when the ad break is over. And I am going to head up to base right now to get the molybdenum mines, I think. So yeah, I'll just leave the stream running instead of switching to the pause screen, even though it's not the most exciting. Hey, more tech. Hopefully, up here somewhere, we have a stack of molybdenum mines. Perfect. I think we only needed 10 of them, according to Yafsi, so... Yup. Alright, so we're good here. Did I actually decide where I wanted to do my molybdenum mining? Here is tempting, because I can just belt it and set it up here, but I've got a lot of stuff on this. Ooh. Maybe right here, actually. Yeah, let's do that. I mean, alternatively right here, but that's... This area's a mess, and I don't want to make it messier. Oh, I have no fast inserters. That's no good. Let's get those before we... Oh, the bots are going everywhere. There we go. We're gonna need fast inserters to make train stations and stuff. So let the bots get those to me before we head on down. All right, we got about 30 seconds left on the ad break. So I'm going to go ahead and head towards where we're making the filtration media so we can get that fixed up to use centralized sodium hydroxide. Way down at the bottom. Okay. And we are back. Ad break is officially over. Thanks very much for sticking around, everybody. I do really appreciate it. We are at filtration media, where I am going to just void this salt water because I don't care. It's salt water. I don't feel bad about voiding it. I'm not going to void this chlorine, though, because we do have a chlorine backup right now, and I feel like that would be cheating. So we will set this as... We'll set this as a high priority station, just so that things will prefer to pull from this chlorine. And then once this is mostly empty, we can empty it. We can delete it. So, solid drop off here. And this is going to request sodium hydroxide. Do like half of a warehouse full. I don't know, it doesn't really matter. How much does each of these machines use? Oh, actually, we use 0.37 times 4. So that's 1.5. Okay, that's not that much. All right. So that'll get hydroxide, and that'll start filtration media running. Which will get nitrogen going again, and we also do need filtration media for... God, I had no idea this was so broken. We don't go through that much filtration media, right? So, like, it's been broken for a while, unfortunately. All right, and the other thing we need to decide where our molybdenum mine is. And during the ad, I was looking at this spot, which is right, like, off of here. I do have space to do another station there, or maybe even here if I rejigger some of this mess. I think here's easier. And then we'd be able to, yeah. I think that's what I'm going to go with. I think that's an easy spot to do the build on. There's also molybdenum right here, but like, oh, actually, yeah, this is the one I was looking at before. I forgot about this one. Yeah, let's just do this. This does need 2 stations, right? It needs a solid pickup for the molybdenum, and it needs a solid drop-off for the drill heads. Drill heads. Bring in a stack of those, and then the molybdenum mines. I mean, let's do these like someplace where they're not going to be over landfill, just so they work a little more efficiently. Not that I'm expecting to like ever run out of molybdenum here, but you know. All right, and that's a whole belt of molybdenum in. And then drill heads. How many drill heads are we actually using? 0.1 per second. Okay. Yeah. That's just fine. And then these apparently don't have a electricity requirement because they're they're set up to use fuel, which is the drill heads. So I guess that's it? Yeah, this has gotten its drill head train being dispatched. Then we'll have molybdenum pick up here when all is said and done. All right. We have filtration media running again. Looks like it just turned on. But this recipe is pretty, like, big. 5 every 3 seconds. What do they stack to? 100? Yeah, it's going to take a little while before we start getting train loads of filtration media again. All right, but that's working, at least. And then the other thing that I want to check... We only have 16 of these. I said I needed like 100. Did we run out of Logiscience packs? Because I didn't bring anywhere near enough. Wait, it's 100 Logiscience pack for one? Alright, no, we're not making any more. Screw that. We'll bootstrap them slowly. Jeez. Yeah, we're not making any more of those. Alright. So, we can add to our to-do list, Yotoi... Alright, so that's our new next project, is the Yotoi. And once we have that done, and we have those guys running for modules, that I believe is the last thing blocking us from Kevlar and aramid fiber. We will then... Well, we're going to have to look at what we need for... this is why we need antimony processing stage 2. So we're going to have to upgrade our antimony processing for semiconductor doping. For the heavy N-type silicon doping, we need antimony pulp stage 2. For light N-type, we use phosphine, which does sound right. We're going to have to figure out all the silicon processing stuff as well. So I'm actually kind of excited for all this, like, silicon doping and etching stuff. I think this is going to be a fun build. And then... once we have silicon stuff up and running, like, that's 90% of what we need for... for the next circuits. Like, a huge amount of it is, you know, MOSFETs and... Yeah, MOSFETs, microchips, diodes, transistors, all of these are just varying configurations of doped silicon. I have no idea what neuroprocessors are used for. I probably am going to be sad when I realize how much of this stuff we're going to need to make. So yeah, this is what I need to be thinking about as far as red chips go, is like, yes, I've got this red chips build, and like, yes, it has optical fiber inlined in it right now, but like, maybe optical fiber is a thing that we need to be making in more than one place. A lot of this other stuff is only used, you know, along with the production of optical fiber, but if optical fiber goes into, yeah, complex circuit boards and chemical science packs and neuroprocessors, and it looks like eventually building crafts and superconducting wire and other things, we might want to end up with a bigger optical fiber build. Oh, and that's going to push up our Kevlar requirements, which are going to push up our nylon requirements. And nylon already scares me with how much... well, nylon doesn't use a ton of our chromium, but like... Nichrome is expensive. It's so expensive. And we don't get better nickel processing until... yeah, not for a while. So like figuring out like which of these things we want to split out into their own builds, like air core inductors we need for various buildings, and also if we go back to what I was looking at here, you know, they get used in neuroprocessors, which I assume are also mostly used for buildings. Yes. Oh, but they're used in a ton of tier 2 buildings. Yeah. As well as, okay, next generation codexes need to be dealt with. So yeah, neuroprocessors are going to stink, but they're a thing that we're going to have to make at least a trickle of. So I'm going to have to figure out kind of going between, again, which of all of these various things, you know, printed circuit substrate and optical fiber and these Nextlet matrices are probably going to be terrible. Like, what do we have to make on site for each of the things that use it versus what do we make centralized? You know, do I just make a big ass air core inductor build? I mean, maybe. Right? Like, this recipe is never going to change, apparently. The only way it would change is getting molten copper cable. And we don't get that until Blue Science. And honestly, switching air core inductors over to request molten copper and cast it on site, I mean, maybe that's worthwhile. This also gives us, like, I mean, this is a point where we rebuild a bunch of things, right? Because we've got cast bolts, we've got cast shafts, we've got... Yeah, this changes a lot of things. Getting casting stage 2. It's not a, you know, rebuild the base, but it's a... Things are going to be different. All right, well, I think I'm going to call it here. This has been a pretty productive session. Getting Nylon done, getting Yotoi done. We fixed a bunch of bugs. I know Molybdenum hasn't quite started running yet, and it's going to take a little while before it does. Because we're going to have to deliver filters to nitrogen and to the molybdenum itself, and who knows what else, like... My fish are probably broken because they haven't been getting filters. Oh, my fish might not be broken. Dangerously close to broken, but... Oh, nope. The fish eggs broke first. I should probably be, like, not making fish eggs when fish are backed up. But apparently I don't do that. So I should do that, too. Let's add that to the to-do list. Disable fish production when backed up. Right, because there's nothing set on any of these things to turn them off. Yeah. All right. So we need that. We need the Yotoi breeding facility, and hopefully those two things will take us in the next session through whatever we need to do for our next steps towards red circuits, which again is probably a small Kevlar build, just to at least get things started. So yeah, thanks very much, everybody. I really do appreciate everyone who tunes in and watches, and thanks to the YouTube crowd as well. If you're watching on YouTube and want to watch live, there is a link to my Twitch down in the doodly-doo. And if you want to leave a comment or like a video or subscribe to my YouTube channel, all of those things do really help the algorithm to push small channels like mine. It really does make a difference. So yeah, thanks very much, everybody. Tomorrow is Kerbal Space Program, where I think we're finally going to the moon. If you have not been watching the Kerbal Space Program run, I really recommend joining tomorrow, because that's going to be a big milestone, and it should be a pretty good example of what that run has been all about. And we'll be back with Pyanodons on Thursday. Friday's wildcard game, I'm not 100% set on yet, but I am contemplating the Escape Simulator 2 demo. A little bit different than my usual fare, but should be fun. Or I might do that. I'm worried it's not going to, like, take up enough time for the full stream length, so we'll see. I might pick something else. But yeah, that is this week. Do I have anything else to add? I'm just kind of rambling at this point. So I think I'm gonna say thank you one more time. Everybody have a great evening, and I'll see y'all same bat time, same bat channel tomorrow for Kerbal Space Program.